Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our host for the evening, Joanne Strauss.
Ndiyavuya qit ukuba apha namhlanje namkhelekile manene nomanenekazi. I greet you in the official language of this beautiful place. My name is Joanne Strauss. Kodwa xa ndithetha isiXhosa igama lam nguNobuhle. Ndiyazama besifundo sam esikolo kunzima ukuthetha onke amaxesha kodwa umhlobo wam, she's sitting here, and you'll get to know her a little bit later. She's going to try and sing because she's been trying to become a singer for... No, I'm joking. I'm joking. We are in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm so delighted to be here tonight in the presence of greatness. Great citizens, great world-class singers, great people, absolutely amazing people. So to each and every one of you, welcome, welcome, welcome. And for me, it truly is an honor. I think, I can't remember when it was, but you asked, would I be available? And I remember coming to the Eastern Cape just a few months ago with my family. I have 4 young children, ladies and gentlemen. And when we came here, our children said, "Mommy, this is the most beautiful place. Is this where God lives?" We drove through such rolling hills. We saw amazing things. And I can tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, what you have here is a little slice of heaven. So thank you for sharing it with me this evening. But above all, to all of the angels in this room, thank you for what you do. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor. As I said, this year's edition of the Herald Citizen of the Year Awards, in partnership with Nelson Mandela University. I'm really, really inspired by each and every one of the stories of our winners this evening. And we'll be delving in a little bit deeper as the evening progresses. Tonight, of course, marks the 34th installment of this incredible event. Over 30 years of recognizing the heart, soul, and selfless spirit of individuals who are changing lives and shaping our communities for the better. Now, I want to tell you this. I come from the Western Cape, so your sister province. And I grew up in a community, ladies and gentlemen, that taught me more than any institution ever could. And that's the thing. Zolani and I were speaking earlier today. In our communities, we realize it takes a village to raise a child. We are because of each and every one. And that's the thing. I grew up in a community that helped me to understand who I was, who helped me to grow, who nurtured me, not just parents, our communities. And that's the thing. When we understand that as one of our core values, we realize how much potential we can unleash in our young people. And I can tell you this, and I just have to state for the record, it's 25 years ago since I won Miss South Africa. And 25 years ago, after winning Miss South Africa, I went back to my community in Blackheath. My ma en pa kom van Elsie's Rivier in Ravensmeet af. Ek is 'n girl so plat op die aarde soos wat dit kom. My parents said to me, just understand, when you're traveling the world, never forget who you are. It doesn't matter when I'm on the stage with kings and queens. My parents taught me that you respect the kings and queens the same way you respect the person cleaning your bathroom. It's important that we realize that your status has nothing to do with respect. That in here is how you recognize a person in another person. Again, and I think in this life that we live, ladies and gentlemen, I learned more from my community than any other place. I came back after Miss South Africa. My community had organized a beautiful carriage. They had some donkeys taking this carriage through the streets. They came out and they said, "Dis ons se kind." And we went through, and I realized that that moment was more important to me than being on the stage at Sun City. My parents still live in my community, and my community now helps to look after my mom. Bless her heart, my mom was diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia. And sometimes she can't find her way home. She manages to escape the house and she goes out. And literally, some of the people who other people might recognize as the bad guys in the community, they would take her hand en hulle stap huis toe met Mrs. Strauss. They'll bring my mom home. And I also want to take this moment to recognize, ladies and gentlemen, that some people who might not be recognized as our heroes just yet, there's that yearning inside of all of us to do good. So let's make sure that even if it's people that the community has thought, this is not somebody who has potential, each and every one of us in here has the potential to become a citizen of the year if we believe in them and we show them that respect. So thank you so much to each and every person in this room who has recognized that potential in so many people whose lives you have contributed to. Ndiyavuya krit ukuba apa namhlanje. Ek is so bly to be here tonight as we celebrate all that you have done. Ladies and gentlemen, with the vibrant sounds of the Normoil Primary School Steel Band, let's give them a huge round of applause. These amazing young musicians. That energy as we came in, and that's the wonderful thing. The youth, the energy, the potential, the possibility. Thank you so much for bringing that music to us. The school holds a very special place in our hearts. It was founded by none other than the late Sister Ethel Normoil, the very first winner of the Herald Citizen of the Year Award back in 1989. Through their music, these learners are not only bringing joy, but also they are continuing Sister Ethel's powerful legacy of community, service, and inspiration. Let's give them all another huge round of applause. Now, before I go any further, I'd also like to welcome some very special guests this evening from Nelson Mandela University. Dr. Luzuko Jacobs, SD Communication and Marketing, Mrs. Oyama Soga, Acting Director, Engagement Office, and Ms. Sharon Masiza, SD Multi-Campus. Let's give the first set of guests a round of applause. Thank you so much for your incredible generosity. Of course, we realize our educational institutions are really the cornerstone, the foundation of our nation. So thank you very much for all of the work that you do. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the first bank that gave me a home loan. So thank you, guys. From Standard Bank, Mr. Unati Makalekane, Head Client Coverage, Personal and Private Banking, Eastern Cape. Mrs. Patience Tony, Senior Marketing Manager, Eastern Cape. Mrs. Monique Fisher, Marketing Manager, Eastern Cape. Let's give them another collective round of applause. Thank you all for your continued support and presence, your commitment to community, and that upliftment is what makes evenings like this possible. Now, tonight is about recognizing the unsung heroes among us, ordinary people doing extraordinary things. The Herald Citizens of the Year Awards have for over 3 decades highlighted the compassion, the courage, the resilience of our region. And these awards are more than just recognition. It's about unity, inspiration, and celebrating a shared purpose across Nelson Mandela Bay. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we'll be celebrating winners across 8 impactful categories. Listen to the categories: sport, arts and culture, business, education, civil society, gender-based violence, community, and of course, the youth category, also known as the Standard Bank Make Your Mark. Now, selecting the 8 winners from over 90 nominations, I'm just walking here because I want to make sure that my dress is not stuck under my foot. But also because it's so lovely to see how full this room is. That, to me, is also such a testimony to how much of a community this is. So thank you to all of you for being here this evening. So, ladies and gentlemen, 8 winners from over 90 nominations. Not an easy task for our judges. They put in so much time and effort and, of course, very thoughtful deliberations, and I want to mention them. I'm going to mention all of our judges, and I want you to give a huge round of applause after, because they really have helped us select amazing winners. Vuyo Bongela, Nelson Mandela University. Please stand up. Monique Fischer, Standard Bank. Dr. Michael Barry, artist and art educator. Zodwa Dube, board member at Indlela Mental Health. Rochelle de Kock, editor of the Herald and veteran judge of more than 14 years. Dr. Andrew Muir, CEO of the Wilderness Foundation Africa. Let's give them a collective round of applause. Thank you. Halala. Halala. Thank you. We celebrate you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, on that note of celebrating, I want to acknowledge a formidable, fearless, fabulous leader. The editor, the Herald editor, Rochelle de Kock. It is so amazing to see how much you have done for this collective, for this community, and how much of a voice you are to those whose voices who need to be heard. So thank you for your incredible work, your courage, and of course your compassion. Please put your hands together as we welcome her to the stage, the Herald editor, Rochelle de Kock.
Thank you so much, Joanne, for those kind words. Small actions by many people can lead to impactful and lasting change. This is the fire that drives one of our category winners here tonight. So much so that they created a movement that ensures more than 60,000 people are fed every month. And this is the heart of why we are here tonight. We are here to celebrate and say thank you to those who started off with small actions in their little corners because they felt moved to do so. We are here to say, we see you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2025 The Herald Citizen of the Year, supported by Nelson Mandela University. We are so glad that you all could be here to join us for an evening celebrating all that is good in our region, celebrating heart and selfless acts of service. We think tonight of our previous award winner, Pamela Mabini, founder of the Mauro Foundation, who was murdered in March this year. She, like many of you here this evening, was so passionate about touching lives and making a difference. How wonderful it is to know that there are many of you here who will continue to bear the torch of those good deeds. On behalf of the Herald, I hope you all have a wonderful evening with us and that you leave here feeling inspired to go out and pay it forward. Before I go, I would like to leave you with some wise words from author and ordained minister Wayne Miller about acts of service, just to give you something to chew on. He says, as we serve others, we are working on ourselves. Every act, every word, every gesture of genuine compassion naturally nourishes our own hearts as well. It is not a question of who is healed first. When we attend to ourselves with compassion and mercy, more healing is made available for others. And when we serve others with an open and generous heart, great healing comes to us. I hope that you all enjoy this evening with us. Thank you.
Let's give another warm round of applause. Thank you so much. And as she shared, of course, it's an evening of celebration. It's also an evening to reflect on those who have won in the past and those who have done so much, sacrificed so much as well, to make sure that our community thrives, grows, and gets better and better. It really is a commitment to community, and we cannot do it without our partners. So, A sincere thank you. And this is the thing. My ma het altyd vir my gesê, you've got to say thank you. Because if you don't say thank you, you are not acknowledging the fact that we cannot do things on our own. Our co-title sponsor, Nelson Mandela University, for your continuous support. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you. Thank you for believing in this special initiative. We've got amazing, amazing partners, I would call them, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to read out all of their names, and let's give them a collective round of applause then. To Standard Bank, to SPAR, Continental Tire SA, Vodacom, Three Peaks Wine, JTC Events, Capsicum Culinary Studio, and of course our venue hosts, Sun Boardwalk. Let's give them a collective round of applause. Your absolute generosity is what makes events like these possible. So thank you for believing, and thank you for giving so generously. Now it's my pleasure now, ladies and gentlemen, to invite on stage Mrs. Oyama Soga, Acting Director, Engagement Office from the Nelson Mandela University, to share a few words. So please, let's put our hands together as we welcome.
Good evening, distinguished guests, colleagues, partners, and most importantly, our finalists and winners of the Herald and Nelson Mandela University Citizen of the Year 2025. On behalf of Nelson Mandela University, I bring warm greetings from our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sibongile Mutwa, and our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Ander Kid from Engagement and Transformation Office. They could not be here as they are attending an annualized event on our university calendar. However, we are honored to once again to partner of this very special initiative, now in our 4th consecutive year of partnership. This program is very close to our hearts because it resonates so deeply with the ethos of Nelson Mandela University and our Vision 2030 strategic framework. At its core, our university is committed to advancing social justice, inclusivity, and transformative engagement, recognizing and celebrating ordinary citizens who do extraordinary work in their communities. It affirms our belief that higher education must always be in service of society. These individuals remind us that leadership is not about position or title, but rather about action, compassion, and impact. I would also like to echo the same words as my previous speakers. I would like to extend a special word of thanks to our panels of judges. Ms. Vuyo Bongela, Mandela University, Ms. Monique Fauché, Standard Bank, Dr. Michael Berry, also Ms. Zodwa Dube, and also Ms. Rochelle de Kock from the Herald, and Dr. Andrew Muir. Your thoughtful deliberations and commitment ensured that the winners truly reflect the spirit of service we are here to celebrate this evening. Also, a special appreciation goes to the sponsors who make this possible. Your continued support demonstrates power of partnership in uplifting our communities. But tonight, ladies and gentlemen, belongs above all to our winners. Your tireless efforts are a beacon of hope in the Eastern Cape and beyond. You embody the values that inspire Nelson Mandela University, which are resilience, humanity, and a deep commitment towards building a just and sustainable society. We salute you this evening, and we thank you for reminding us of what is possible when we live not for ourselves, but in service of others. Congratulations to all, and may this recognition strengthen and inspire you to continue making a difference in the world. Thank you so much.
I agree. Let's give another warm round of applause. Mrs. Oyama Soga, it was so beautiful to listen to your heartfelt words. Thank you for sharing your kindness on stage with us. Let's give another warm round of applause. And as she said, this evening is about our winners. So that, ladies and gentlemen, brings me to the point where I say, and now, it is time to meet the phenomenal individuals at the heart of tonight's celebration. Let's introduce now the 2025 Citizens of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a huge round of applause. It's the storytelling that lies at the heart of this event. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what I think makes us exceptional as a nation as well, is how we tell the stories. That's such a central part of who we are, because through acknowledging and telling these stories, it inspires others to find a way to make the world a better place in their own ways. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's begin now the storytelling. We're going to look at the highlights of our first three winners, representing the categories of education, civil society, and arts and culture. We'll look now at our first winner, and this is in education. In a country where too many people, too many children in particular, still struggle to read, and too many young people are left without jobs or direction, this organization has found a powerful way to change both stories at once. Since 2008, they've used a single but transformative model. This, ladies and gentlemen, training unemployed youth to become literacy tutors for young learners. The result, of course, is profound. Children gain reading and writing skills, which they need to thrive, and the youth leading them find purpose and a renewed sense of hope. This is their story.
My name is Zama Zulu. I grew up in Mdantsane, East London. I work for Masinyusane to try and summarize the work that we do. One word would be education and empowering communities through education. So we try and empower them and train them by teaching the children to read and trying our best to eradicate illiteracy in those spaces. So we train inexperienced and unemployed young people, and we train them to teach children to read and write. And making sure that the older young ones, they get to university, and we mentor them through university and until they're all plugged into a job. We use young people from the same communities. So it's almost like awakening them to be able to do something for themselves. You know, that talks to the sustainability of the program. As soon as, one day, maybe we might not be able to do this job, but then we will have instilled some kind of responsibility to the people who are from these communities. We're creating local heroes in the communities. These are people that they see every day. The teachers also face a lot of challenges because not all children have the same learning capabilities. So there'll be a child who's struggling to even talk. Their confidence is at an all-time low. And when you watch that child transition because of the patience of these young people that we use to teach them, and every day they're learning that letter. They took 3 months to learn the letter A, but once they get it, their confidence is just on steroids. kind of feels bad, ironically, because I'm then now portrayed as the person that actually does the work. But there's an army of young people behind me. You know, they are the ones that walk through the streets or, you know, braving the crime, facing those kids, working one-on-one with those children. And, you know, I mean, I'm super proud of the work that we do, but I mean, the credit has to go to the people that are the foot soldiers that face those children, our literacy coaches, our project managers. I mean, like I say, there's an army of about 400 people that are standing behind me being nominated for this great award. We're going to keep educating the community and trying to train them and, you know, get them to take ownership of all of these programs, because we're doing it for the communities.
Please join us on stage. Congratulations, Mr. Zama Zulu. Please could I ask Ms. Vuyo Bongela of the Nelson Mandela University to join us on stage to hand over the prizes, and Mr. Zama Zulu, please join me on stage to receive your prize. Thank you very much, and congratulations once again, Mr. Zama Zulu. For more than 2 decades, this organization has been a steady source of hope in Gqeberha, opening its doors to those society too often overlooks. Children rescued from abuse and neglect have found safety, love, and the chance to be children again. Adults who have lost everything are met with dignity and support. This special organization offers a place of safety, a place of healing, a place of belonging. In our civil society, this is his story.
I'm Albie Basson. I'm the chairman of the board of trustees for Maranatha Street Workers Trust. I grew up in P, got my matric at Framesby High School, and then I did a BSc Construction Management degree at the NMU. Maranatha works mostly in the Port Elizabeth metropole area. Over the years, we've established quite a few new ones. We then started developing a volunteer program where people living on the streets can volunteer to stay at Maranatha and then work for their keep. I grew up in a Christian community, and the support for your fellow man was always a very important aspect. And my wife and I were involved in community work right from a young age. The Lord opened our eyes to the needs of the people, and then we started working amongst them. And we've quite a lot of patience to work with the people that we work with, but it's also a satisfying feeling to know that at the end of the day, we've really made a difference in somebody's life. Maranatha focuses on the people that really need care, that don't get involved with drugs. There are people that lose their jobs, they don't have anywhere to go, and then they need somewhere where they can just settle and get shelter, get a place to recover and to move on. So the work ethic at Maranatha is very important because that restores their dignity. Well, Maranatha basically has 3 major projects. Is what we call a resident volunteer program for the homeless people. Sometimes it's individuals, sometimes it's small families. We don't have very many family units. Then we have a child and youth care center, which we established in 2002 as a drop-in center. But then it changed into a fully fledged child and youth care center in 2012. Because in Maranatha we feel we want to restore the dignity of people, we give them good accommodation to stay in, to get decent meals. But one thing that restores your dignity the best is to be productive, to do some work. So what we have is we have maintenance teams that maintains our buildings, but we also have job creation projects. So we've got a Rhode Island Red egg laying project where we produce free-range eggs. We have a poultry project where we buy in broiler chicks and we grow them up to the age of 6 weeks, and then we have a little butchery where we slaughter them and process them into meat we sell. We have a nursery where people can work in, and we have a lettuce project where we supply a letter to certain restaurants that buy their lettuce from us. I was very surprised when I got the phone calls because the work we do is not a glamorous project. After 22 years of service to the community, I've received this recognition, and it really strengthens our heart to know that even what we do in the background can also make a difference in other people's lives.
Congratulations, Mr. Albie Basson. Please come forward to receive your prize. Thank you very, very much for handing over. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him another round of applause as he makes his way to his seat. Oh, we're going to dance well tonight to celebrate, huh? Sizakujika jika, huh? Ons gaan laat die dans uit ons voetjies uitkom. Fantastic. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our winner in the arts and culture category. She's devoted her career to nurturing the next generation of theatre talent. With passion and purpose, she creates safe, inclusive spaces where young children and adults can step into the spotlight, often for the first time, to perform, to express who they are, and to discover their own confidence. And I think this is such a big, big gift to give young children and adults alike. Her work goes far beyond the stage. It uplifts, it empowers, it changes lives, reminding us all of the deep, the transformative power of the arts. This is her story.
My name is Rose Cowper. You might hear from the accent that I'm Australian born. I work in the arts and culture sector here in South Africa for Impact Community Theatre, and a very proud president, director, producer, actor, singer, dancer, and really committed to development and working with people in the arts here in Nobecha. Got my love of singing, my love of musical theatre from my father. When you see the difference that you make to people's lives, whether it be a child who doesn't want to be a singer or a dancer or an actor, but just loves to perform, and you see them become so much more confident and disciplined, and they work as a team, and they become wonderful creative thinkers and problem solvers. When you see somebody who's auditioned for 15 years and never got in the show, and you say, you know what, I'm going to put them in the show just so they can experience it, and seeing the joy on their face, mainly through Impact Community Theatre, which works with all ages from all over Nelson Mandela Bay. And we produce shows. I think that's what we're best known for, particularly as the P.E. Gilbert and Sullivan Society. But we also do an enormous amount in terms of development of kids, of adults, through our workshops and our productions, and help each other out when we need it. So we have this wonderful network of people who love the performing arts that we are working to nurture and develop and to build constantly, so that we provide that opportunity for people to experience the magic of being on stage, or the magic of turning on the lights or running the sound, whatever it is that you're keen to do. And it was so beautiful to have that recognition of my work, and so wonderful to get the feedback from people all over Nelson Mandela Bay and beyond, just saying well done and well deserved. And I guess, you know, that's about taking a moment for me to think about, it's something I love, and I've been able to do it for so long and gained so much from it. It's really wonderful.
Congratulations to Rose Cowper. Please join me on stage now to receive your award. Our winner, ladies and gentlemen, in the arts and culture category. Give her a round of applause as she makes her way to the stage. And Rose, thank you for the amazing work that you do. Congratulations. And again, ladies and gentlemen, it is so important to give a child, a young adult, that confidence to occupy space on a stage. I want to tell you about a little girl, an 11-year-old, who grew up during apartheid South Africa. She danced from the age of 5 until 11, and she wanted to go to a high school that at that point in time offered ballet, but unfortunately, because of policies still in operation because of apartheid, she wasn't able to go on point and become a ballerina like she had dreamt of. 33 years later, that little girl decided that a dream deferred was not a dream denied. By being on stage at the age of 11 and then going on to dance at the Artscape Theatre, I had realized that I could be on stage with children who didn't look like me, because up till that point in time, I had never been on stage with anyone who was not in my race category. Isn't that crazy? And now, ladies and gentlemen, 33 years later, I have the opportunity to start ballet again. And I want to tell you this, ladies and gentlemen. And Rose, this is part of why I think arts and culture is so important as well. How can we say to our kids to go for their dreams if we don't strive for our own? So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say to each and every one of you this evening, ask yourself an honest question. What are the dreams that you still want to realize? Because I think if anything I've learned over the last couple of years is that age is not a privilege afforded to everyone, and that getting older is something that we take for granted. Time is our biggest luxury. Time is a lot more valuable than money. You can always get more money, but you can never get more time. So what are you doing to make sure that your time is well spent? Thank you to our 3 initial award winners for spending your time so wisely, enriching the lives of others. Let's give them a collective round of applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a short break in the proceedings, so a chance to digest all of this and digest, of course, the incredible stories of our initial winners. We've got a delicious dinner now, expertly prepared by the renowned chef Willie from Sun Boardwalk. Relax, savor the moment. Sizakutya kamandi. Huh? Very excited. Ndilambile kut. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will be back shortly to announce our next remarkable group of winners. But for now, let's do what we love doing most. Let's break bread together and enjoy your dinner. Thank you very much. And I can hear all the wonderful chatter, so I'm glad that you're all enjoying the networking, the celebrations. If I may ask you to take your seats, as we'd like to continue celebrating our amazing, amazing recipients. So please, may I ask you to take your seats? Fantastic. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Your glasses are charged, I hope, and you're ready for our next session. So I'll await your silence and then I'll continue. Thank you very much. I must be honest, it's a lot easier to get silence from you than it is to get from my 4 young children just before bedtime. So I appreciate the silence now, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue celebrating our amazing citizens of the year. I also wanted to say this, what I loved during the incredible main course which we had now, I also wanted to say to the person who was seated next to me, they went out for a few moments and then I ate half of their meal as well. It was so good. Let's give Chef Willie and his entire team a huge round of applause. And to each and every one of you serving us, Enkosi kakhulu. Thank you so much. Baie dankie. Let's give everyone serving us this evening a huge round of applause. Thank you for making us all feel truly, truly special. Now, before we continue, we'd like to take a moment to share a short video by a company that became very close to my heart 25 years ago when I moved to Johannesburg. And all of a sudden, going from a 19-year-old student where my mom had made sure that there was always food for me, to having to actually fend for myself. And I'll say this, Spa, when I moved to Joburg, all my Sunday lunches were prepared by you. And I went and I got it from the wonderful warm food section. And that was pretty much how I survived my year in Johannesburg. But what an incredible company. I'll tell you a bit more. This video, which I'm going to show you now, it beautifully reflects the spirit of tonight's celebration. Now, Spa is more than just a trusted name in retail. It's a brand rooted in community. And I know this. I've had the privilege of hosting a number of their events. And when they speak about supporting their community, they absolutely live that value. And they are such a pillar of the various communities in which they serve. So, through their community social investment initiatives, SPA is making a meaningful difference in the lives of many. From supporting charity events, providing food parcels, and supporting the vulnerable, to investing in education, skills development, and very importantly as well, health through sport. Their impact is real and their impact is far-reaching. It's all part of a powerful belief, ladies and gentlemen, that the future we build is one that we build together. And I think that, again, is something that speaks to the brand ethos of South Africa with Ubuntu. Umtu, Ngumtu, Ngabantu. We definitely are because of others. And thank you to SPA for being such a powerful part of our community. My SPA, my Eastern Cape. Let's now turn our attention to the screens and have a look.
The Eastern Cape has got to be one of the most economically depressed regions at the moment. SPA's values centre around education, our values centre around children and nutrition, and working with Norrox through this campaign has helped us to keep a child fed. No child in the Eastern Cape should go to school hungry.
So We Give a Bull is an initiative that we started this year, and the reason why is because as a brand we really care about nourishing the South African communities.
There is a need in this community because we're surrounded by unemployment people, and there will be a big change because now we are going to serve the community more food than only a soup.
Our hope is that it is the start of a legacy project that we would be able to roll out throughout the Eastern Cape, and the ripple effect of not just the soup kitchen but also the gardens will create employment. It will teach these communities how to farm for themselves and to be able to sustain their families.
That really is community in action. So thank you very much to SPA for supporting this evening's special initiative. Let's give them another huge round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. We move on to our two next category winners, and here we celebrate those who have gone beyond their call of duty within the categories of community and business. In terms of community, ladies and gentlemen, the recipients of this year's Community Category Award are a compassionate team working to make a significant impact in the lives of those facing hardships. Through food sustainability initiatives, they empower communities to achieve self-sufficiency. And this, again, is so important, self-sufficiency, dignity, while also providing daily feeding programs, clothing distribution, as well as emergency relief. Their efforts go beyond addressing immediate needs. They help restore dignity, they instill hope, and they contribute to the long-term upliftment of individuals and families across the communities. Let's take a look now at their story.
Hi, I'm Tracy Watson. I'm from Port Elizabeth. I've lived in PE my whole life. Wonderful to be here, wonderful city, wonderful experiences. 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I love Port Elizabeth. A lot of what we do is passion from God and how we love Him. And I think that was instilled in my life from a young age from my mom.
Hi, I'm Sarah Smuts and I'm also from Port Elizabeth. I've lived here my whole life. I'm married with 3 kids. Volunteering was always something that I enjoyed doing and wanted to do. Through a friend, that's how I knew about Love Story and I started volunteering at Love Story. My passion has always been helping people, helping children, making a difference. So the biggest challenge that we usually face is funding and finding the right partners to partner with us.
We feed roughly about 60,000 meals every month. We have done 5.1 million meals since COVID, so it's just literally since lockdown it exploded. And people just come on board and people just give. And it's amazing just to see the reaction of people and the kindness of people. We've got a number of projects we're involved with. We help at Dora and Ginza. We make bags for moms, new moms, and we go and deliver them to Dora. So we've had an incredible relationship over the years. We do edu libraries. We put together libraries which we go and put into, we've got 22 early learning centers that we support. So we provide food for them, gas, SAMP, and it's very important for us to educate the kids as well. So having fun, but learning to read, giving them a holistic thing. We like to, at Love Story, we want to be holistic in our approach with helping children to have a better future. I think one of our main things right now is sustainability. So we have developed large-scale gardens. Our hope is to meet the direct needs of people who are hungry, supply them with food. Children who are going to school, we're trying to help educate them. We build classrooms, we feed them to give them a better hope. To be nominated has just been an incredible honor for us. It's just been fantastic. I think it just lifts you. You're just so thrilled. We are absolutely encouraged, we're absolutely thrilled, and thank you so much. This has just been an awesome experience and we are very grateful.
Congratulations to Sarah Smuts and Tracy Watson. Please could I ask Berna Yule Walters, the Herald Marketing Manager, to join us on stage to hand over these prizes. Sarah and Tracy, please come up on stage and receive your applause and your awards. Let's give them a collective round of applause as they come forward. Well done. Congratulations to them. And what a beautiful love story indeed. And that is the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Work, love made visible. And the name of the project, The Love Story, I think it speaks to the generosity of spirit in them. Thank you very much. Let's give them another loud round of applause. And now we move to our winner in the business category. And this category, the winner, has taken bold and practical steps to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, and that's youth unemployment. Through a focused program of skills development and enterprise support, she's trained over 100 young people in the past year alone. Each graduate is guided through the process of formally registering their business and then supported with access to trading spaces, helping them take their first real steps into entrepreneurship. And it is one of those things, ladies and gentlemen, entrepreneurs are the only way for us as South Africans to grow our economy. So thank you very much to all of those in this room supporting entrepreneurship. Now, her work is not only about creating opportunities, it's about building futures. And let's turn our attention to the screens now as we hear her story.
My name is Matseho Brenda Muduka from Atleha for Women Projects Enterprise, an accredited training company. I was born and bred in Bloemfontein, now based in Gqeberha. We have a number of projects that we have been doing over the years. We have trained women in hat making, we have trained women in sewing, we have trained women and young people in upholstery. We recently had a project that we're doing across 5 provinces where we're training people on tire fitment program. Basically, why we do those programs? We do programs that actually help the unemployed into moving from the space of saying that I can't do anything. But if you have a skill, that can be a door for you to actually develop yourself to the next level in your life. It's about restoring people's visions. It's about restoring people's dignity. It's about bringing restitution and restoration. It's about saying to a person, you are more than what you have. There's value in you. We are forever in a survival mode. But the moment we have to learn to change our mindset to say, it's no more about that. Just give a break and sit down and internalize and say, this is what is great. This is what I'm grateful for. This is what God has done. This is what life has given me. This is what I can give to life. Because sometimes you also, the blessing is in giving, not only in receiving. A challenge is part of the lesson. A challenge is to say that how do you do it better in future? The moment you understand the why of it, it is easier to do it. So this is a moment where I needed to have an aha moment to say, oh, there are people who are recognizing the work. So to me, I feel that that is how I got to say, I celebrate what we're doing.
Congratulations to Brenda. Please join us on stage. Long walk to freedom, but you walk it well. How inspiring, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give her a huge round of applause as she makes her way down. Well done, Brenda. Well done. It really is inspiring to see individuals like yourselves who give so selflessly. So a big thank you. Another round of applause. Congratulations. We really have some formidable, absolutely admirable winners here with us today. But before we move on to our next few winners, I'm going to just wait a little bit. I think there's time to relax. We've got an appetizing dessert ahead. But you know what I also have is a little bit of fun from Vodacom for you. So, listen. Kapelani. Is that right? Okay. Luister as ek fluister. Kapelani. Mamela. Mamelani. Ah. Woo. Listen to this. There are 35 tables here this evening. Tables 1 to 35. Are you aware of your table number? Okay, so take note of your table number. Step 2. What I want you to do, and this is not via democracy, this is just amongst yourselves, choose your number from 1 to 10. But don't keep it a secret because we don't want corruption or anything like that. So find the chairperson of your table. Kunzima goed. So, ooh, there's going to be some interesting moments. Are you all sure of your number? Tables, are we in agreement? You know your table number and you know your number. Does anybody not know their number? Does anybody want to leave their table? Just joking, you can't. Okay, so is everyone aware of their table number? Is there some debate happening? 1 to 10. Okay, so, Bernard, this is going to be interesting. I think it's going to be super interesting. Okay, everybody, I need absolute silence because this game requires silence. I am going to draw a number now. So remember, the first number is going to be your table number. Then you know which table is playing. Thereafter, I will draw a second number, and the second number is the person's allocated number. Do you understand why I said make sure your table is aware of which number you are? Are there any tables where we don't have agreement about what number you are? Good. We don't want any fighting. So I'm going to draw the number. Now listen why you are so excited. Listen to this. Can I tell them about the prizes or should I wait until after? Okay, I'm going to tell you about the prizes. The Vodacom prize, collectively valued at 10,000 Rand. Whew. So I just want you to firstly say hello to the person next to you at the table with love, because that might not be there after when you don't win. So, silence, please. Big prizes, listen. The one prize, I'm going to give away 2 prizes, so you have 2 chances here. The first prize, a 7th generation iPad keypad. The second prize, a Samsung sound bar. Collectively, these prizes are valued at 10,000 Rand. Compliments of Vodacom. Are you ready? Okay. You ready? Shaky, shaky. Jika, my baby. Jika. 5, 4, 3. Do you see? Ooh, do you see how I'm shaky, shaky in here? Hey? Okay. Ooh, fell out of my hand. Ooh, I'm dramatic. There we go. There we go. Are you ready? Tables, what is your number? Scream it out to me. And then silence, number 10. I feel like Jam Alley. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sorry. Okay, so. Okay, sorry. My wrong laugh is coming out. That's my auntie laugh. Wach, bichisa. Okay. Where's table 10? Can somebody take a picture? Because this is the last time they're all going to be smiling at the table. Okay, wachabichi. Okay. Table 10, you're all aware of your numbers, right? No. Everyone knows their number, but this person is going to come forward now. Okay. I'm going to prolong your agony. I'm going to ask the executive head of department for the Consumer Business Unit Eastern Region to come on stage, and this is Ms. Tejo Malinga. Please come forward. Tejo Malinga. Ms. Malinga, at the moment, we have a very anxious table over there. But the first person coming up with a smile, uzakunquma. Number 2. A 7th generation iPad keypad. Congratulations. Let's give her a round of applause. I'm so happy for you. Well done. And I know everyone in the audience is just as happy. They're just sitting with their feelings now. Please do stay on stage, Ms. Malenga. We've got another prize coming up. So, the first number is your table number. You still all aware of your table number? Does anybody want to swap tables? Thank you so much, Berna. The results as verified by Strauss, and Strauss. Okay, I've got 1. The number is 29. Woo, lots of excitement there. Table 29, that's step 1. Huh? Okay. Everyone at that table, you're aware of your numbers. Why am I counting 14 people there? Nah, I'm joking. Okay. There we go. Extra points for you. Hold on. Whew, this is a big moment. And now I've got my nails on and I can't even, there we go, I've got 1. Number 1. My number 1. Number 1. Table, do you agree that she's number 1? There you go. They are happy for you. Congratulations. A Samsung soundbar, am I correct? What is in there? That is that. It's a letter. The bar is too big to put in there. There we go. So it is a letter to say that that is yours. A Samsung soundbar. Well done. Let's give her a round of applause. And thank you very much, Ms. Malinga, Executive Head of Department for the Consumer Business Unit, Eastern Region, who came up to help with the prizes. Are you guys all happy for them? Oh, let's give them a collective round of applause. Both of our winners. Well done. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you this. The person who sang for my newborn son 11 years ago, I was struggling as a young mother. She arrived at my house. My child wouldn't stop screaming. She took him into her arms and she sang with the voice of an angel. and he calmed down so beautifully. He went to sleep. This tired new mom sat down with a cup of tea and went, sure. And then the next day, she was somewhere in the world doing a performance, and I tried to sing the same song to my boy. How kunzima. That baby did not quiet at all. But I can tell you this, her voice is a voice that has touched so many hearts, so many lives, and I am so, so grateful to introduce now a very special guest, someone with a radiant presence, an extraordinary voice, deep roots here from the Eastern Cape. She's a celebrated musical talent known for her soulful versatility, her powerful storytelling. I'll tell you this, she's my friend, umhlobo wami. And I am delighted, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Zolani Mahola, accompanied tonight by Siyoli Waters. But I'll tell you this, Zolani, ndikuthanda. Ndikuthanda. Wena. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a huge collective round of applause as we welcome the incredible, the incomparable Zolani Mahola.
Oh, Joanne. And now our children are growing so beautifully. And it's such a beautiful thing to feel ourselves as the elder people in the room, as the people who are looking after the next generations. So I want to applaud you, Joanne Strauss, for the work that you do and you continue to do, for shining a light for who you can be regardless of how you started, and for shining pathways for so many of our young people. Wena qala sisi wami. Hi guys. Hi neighbors. It's nice to be back home. The table over there with my family and my very good friends. I'd love for us to start with a song that many of you will not know, but I would love for you to sing a little bit with me. Are you keen? Yeah? Yeah? I see a very trepidatious nod, but I'll take a nod. It's a ululation, but it's slowed down. It's like this. But it's like this. It's like this. Go. Are you ready? So that's just the first part, and it goes like this. Okay, all together? You got it? And the second part goes like this. Are you ready for that second part, Faith? Even you, babes, come on. Everybody from the beginning. Once upon a time, Kwakuko Ingoma, there was the song. Sa si Ingoma, we were the song, and guess what, my friends? Si kwa Ingoma, we are the song, and the song goes like this. Once upon a time, there were the stars. We were the stars, and guess what, my friends? We are the stars, and the stars shine like this. Don't leave your voice at the door. Hi. I'm so happy to be in this room. My favorite thing at the moment is seeing where my voice wants to go and what difference I can make in using my own platforms to make things better for the coming generations. And so it feels so good to be in a room filled with people who have just such purpose. And so I want to say to all of the people here today, whether you're a winner or not, so-called, thank you for the services that you render for the people of our country, for the ginormous family, of ours, for the greater community. You shine a light and you show others about, okay, now, maybe I can also do this. Yeah? So thank you. I have a round of applause for you that you can share with us. Doesn't make sense, but you know what I'm talking about. This is my friend Sioli Sile Waters. And we're going to share a song that details so much of my personal life story growing up in this city. A love song for a family, a mother, a father, children. Nomvula. Sondela mhlobo wam nalibalelide abo kwaqala khona inkathazo zo that's me. Nakhuliswa nguyise wam owaswelekelwe semsha kudali wake umama wam u-Edith uNomvula Thomas Mahola. Sasibathathu kumama wam ndingowesibini ke mna umafungwa sheka tatam ubhodok unceba kuthiwa ngutata uMahola. uMahola hey 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 yeah 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 Zangalile uyise wam mhla kwakufihla umzimba wesithandwa seminyaka yeDon Bosco kwazakhele kwa-4 rooms with a dining room table eBhayi sangibalile nabathathu ecamkwengcwaba lakhe zandle zincinci salahludude luduthweni sengasazi nesizathu khine nabethuna usishilo sisnono usishilo sisnono nazange sayibona intombi enje yakhuliswa indoda. Sondela mhlobo wam nalibalelide abo kwaqala khona inkathazo zo mama ndiyabulela tata ndiyabulela. That song ends with gratitude to to mother and father. This next song is a continuation of such. Today in 1947, my father was born. It's 2 years now since his passing. In our hearts, this song is for him, but for you, you can include whoever it is for whom you feel that gratitude for making your life what it is, for adding to you, for changing the trajectory of your future. It's called the Bush Melody. Oh, my darling, can you see what your life has done for me? Every breath you have released shines a light and gives me peace. And a whisper on the wind gave me this sweet melody. And the angel said to me, close your eyes now and be free. Oh, my people, can you see? Life is full of mystery. Open to the sky above, as you did when you were young. And together we will sing this blessed melody. And the angel said to me, recognize that you are free, free to love, love, that's what you are, born to love, that's who you are. And when you forget, I will remind you, you are precious as the stars. From the stars you have become. Oh, my darling, can you see what your life has done for me? Every breath you have released shines a light and gives me peace. Thank you so much. That song came to me and my collaborators in the studio as my mother-in-law was passing, so those words I feel also came for her, and that lyric and that melody. But this next song, which will be the last song of this set, is a song that is for all of you. It's a song that I'm very grateful for and that you'll be hearing in the next few months. It's called When You Step Up. Everybody's looking for someone to lead us. Everybody's looking for a savior, please. Who could that be? But nobody looking in the mirror sees that the ones who are gonna save us are you and me. When you step up, everybody knows you're here. When you step up, we can see the future clearer. We stand so tall, we are a mountain undefeated. We're so much stronger when you step up. Let me tell you, when I was young, I didn't know what my voice was for. All I needed was someone who could walk me through that open door. But I am not a child no more. I am the one that I was always waiting for. When you step up, everybody knows you're here. When you step up, we can see the future clearer. We stand so tall, we are a mountain undefeated. We're so much stronger when you step up. And we shine brighter, we aim higher. We are stronger, stronger together. We go farther, we stand taller. We are braver, braver together. When you step up, everybody knows you're here. When you step up, we can see the future clearer. We stand so tall, we are a mountain undefeated. We're so much stronger when you step up. The world is better when you step up. We shine much brighter when you step up. And let me tell you one more thing. We're so much braver when you step up. Sioli Sile Waters on the keyboard, everybody. Thank you. We'll be back.
Let's give them another huge round of applause. Solani, when, Sioli, when. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that was power personified. And she stepped up. They stepped up. If anyone finds my other eyelash, because I think I cried it off, please let me know. You know, I looked around and there was not a dry eye in this room. And that's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, when we step up, when we step into our power, don't worry, I found the other eyelash, I already pasted it on, I can see you sort of looking. But when we step up, and when we walk in our light, and when we realize a candle loses none of its light by lighting another candle, imagine how brightly we can all shine. Mhlobo. Thank you for that. You soothed our souls. You took us there. And I know so many of us in this room have lost loved ones. But you know what? That's the beautiful thing, is that they are within us. And that we continue to walk in light because of those who have lit our candles in the past and continue to shine through us. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the best part to say. Dessert is now served. There can be nothing sweeter than the sound of a true artist, this amazing gift that we've just been given. But for now, dessert is served. Enkosi kakhulu, ndiza kubuya emva dessert. Thank you very much. before we continue, I'm going to showcase a short video brought to us by Continental Tire SA. This video perfectly dovetails the very essence of this evening's celebration. Let's not forget that Continental tires are more than just tires, or advanced technology within the automotive industry. They too have a story that goes beyond all of that. They serve as a reminder of the responsibility the world has to all of us. They stand for unity. They encourage everyone to work towards a better world. Let's turn our attention now to the screens as we have a look.
I'm Dr. Neil Littleton. I am based here at Provincial Hospital in Port Elizabeth. We started the Ghazi Foundation, which then started campaigning the community. Our largest sponsor and supporter is Continental. We are reliant on them. More importantly, the patients are reliant on them.
Conti has set the foundation for the learners with the financial support that Conti has been able to give us.
Continental Tire, first initially when they came on board, they were one of our house sponsors. They sponsored the running cost of that house. They saw to all the needs of the children in the house.
About 5 going into 6 years now, when we first started Move Africa, Continental Tire South Africa were one of our first major clients. And yeah, they've been instrumental. They stuck around with this program over the years. They have affected about over 6,000 young girls in Gqeberha, which is absolutely incredible.
Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Really, really fantastic. And a big thank you to Continental Tire SA for supporting this evening's initiative. Now, we move on to our final 3 category winners within the categories of sport, gender-based violence, as well as the youth category. So, without further ado, we move to sport. Our winners in the sport category have harnessed the power of one of South Africa's most well-known endurance events, the Ironman Triathlon, to make a lasting impact on the lives of children in need. This special NPO has raised funds to support over 20 children's charities across the country with a strong focus on child welfare. Through their fundraising efforts, they have helped build daycare centers, restore children's cottages, and provide essential services like transportation, all helping to create safer, brighter futures for the children who they serve. Let's have a look now at their story.
Hi, my name is Garth Wright. I'm a trustee of the Ironman for Kids Trust Foundation.
I'm Gary Stevenson. We're good old youth nagers, and we're very happy to be doing Ironman for Kids for many years. I think we were quite sporty all the time. Garth obviously more successful than most, but I think, you know, we always knew that there was a little bit more to be done for kids who had nothing.
Right from the start, I think my dad had this really strong belief, you know, when I got my Springbok blazer that it's a great honor, but that I should do something with it, you know, and I think he drove that into me and Gary a bit in the sense that, you know, take that privileged position and see what you can do for underprivileged people. The aim of the whole idea when we started out was to look after orphans and indigent kids, and generally the idea was to give those kids a voice, and that's where Ironman for Kids sort of came about.
We want to leave a legacy that can create income for the people that we look after. So today we had a look at the Early Birds creche. There you got some nice little kiddies from the Walmer Township going to creche every day, getting a meal, getting taught, and basically getting up to a standard that they can go into the school stream after that. We then had a look at the Heatherbank School. They're an amazing place. They're also teaching kids in their formative years up to standard 5 or grade 7 these days. And they've got some amazing projects going there. We've given them a bus so they can get the kids from school to home every day, and they're doing 3 trips with all the kids that are at the Walmer Primary. And then the other big project which is ongoing is that with the help of some fantastic local businessmen, Chris Howes at the helm of them, and Michelle, his wife, we built a swimming pool at the Kailetu home, and that swimming pool is essentially there to teach kids to swim and not to be scared of the water.
Suzu's been one of the guys that has stood with us through the test of time. We've had even Specsavers, we've had KFC, we've had every major business here in our town that have supported us.
I think more than the honour of being nominated, it's really an opportunity for us to let people out there know what we do.
And I'd like to thank the citizens of our beautiful city. It's a great honour, and what we will do is we'll rise up with that and take it further.
Congratulations and a big thank you to Gary Stevenson and Garth Wright. Please can I also ask Dr. Andrew Muir, veteran and long-standing judge of the Herald Citizen of the Year Awards, to join us on stage to hand over these prizes. Gary and Garth, please join me on stage. Let's give them a round of applause as they come to the fore. Well done, gentlemen. Gary and Garth, well done. And thank you so much for handing over that award. Absolutely amazing. Let's give them a round of applause as they make their way to their seats. Well done indeed. And an amazing, amazing initiative. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, the next category, gender-based violence. And I must commend you for adding a category which is a very difficult category, but a very necessary category. Our winner in the GBV category has been instrumental in establishing essential services for survivors of sexual violence. Every year, she provides crisis counseling and holistic psychosocial support to over 800 survivors, including women, men, and children. Her work has played a critical role in addressing the complex needs of those affected and fostering their path to recovery. This is her story.
My name is Berenice Jacobs. I grew up from Shorter, in Shorter. Shorterville is based in the northern areas in Fuller Street. I am currently the director here of the Port Elizabeth Rape Crisis Centre. We have a board of trustees. We registered as an NGO with the Master of the High Court and the Social Development Directorate. What drives me is that seeing the pain in other people. When you look at a rape survivor, for example, they come to the centre very traumatized. It's like they lost hope, can't believe it happened to them. So when you are sitting with them and you provide counseling or you're just being present, the appreciation from them is so much. It makes me feel that, you know, that you are doing something to change somebody's state of mind at that moment or their lives. Typical day, if there is a client coming to the center, we would definitely provide pre and post HIV counseling. We conduct testing for the client, And then as you saw, we had a professional nurse. So she would provide the whole clinical services like examination, pap smear. If people need to be placed on antiretrovirals, she would conduct that. Also, if they are negative and they need to have PrEP, then the professional nurse would actually initiate those kind of services to the client. The other staff members conduct a lot of education on how to prevent infections and also how to live a more healthy lifestyle. I'd like to encourage people. I think the feeling when you do volunteer and you know that you're making a change in someone's life. When I received the news from the Herald informing me that I actually won the award, I was so overwhelmed, but in the same breath I was excited. I want to dedicate this award to the women who lost their lives in gender-based violence.
Ladies and gentlemen, the work that is done by this individual is absolutely invaluable, life-saving to so many, and we applaud her. Please join me in congratulating Berenice Jacobs. Halala, Berenice, halala, halala. Thank you for the work that you do, and thank you for doing it with so much compassion. And that, again, ladies and gentlemen, is something that we recognize in all of our winners, is compassion. So thank you very, very much to each and every one of them. That brings us to category number 8, youth. It's time to recognize our final winner in the youth category, also known as the Standard Bank Make Your Mark Award. Before we share her inspiring story, it's worth highlighting what makes this category so special this year. Now, earlier this year, Standard Bank and our judging panel set out to find young individuals who are not only driven, but deeply committed to making a positive difference. We wanted to spotlight young change makers and social innovators, those whose impactful stories often go untold and whose incredible potential too often remains unseen. This year's winner is creating powerful change through the art of dance. The Toynbee Ballet Academy offers a safe and nurturing space for young dancers, especially those from the northern areas, who may not otherwise have had access to such opportunities. Through school partnerships, through fundraising and performances, the Academy not only develops talent, but also builds confidence, friendship, and pride. And thanks to the generous support of Standard Bank, she is now able to take her vision forward. To tell us more about the significance of this category, please welcome to the stage Standard Bank's Unathi Matkalekane.
I think one of the recognition that I'm gonna give you tonight, other than some people I really won't mention names, you were able to pronounce my surname. I won't mention names. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our distinguished guests here. I say our because Bena, we've been partners. It's 3 years. we've been part of this beautiful occasion. We've got the Deputy Mayor for Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality, fellow sponsors, our partners in this whole thing, the university, and my colleagues, all our colleagues. You know, when you are involved in something like this, we all become colleagues. Good evening, everybody. I do not normally read, but I really want to honor today. And I think I also had a bit of a twist. I started writing and recollecting my thoughts after the previous performance that was done by Zolani. I said, now this is a twist because we are all emotional here. And when I do speak, I'll actually quote in a wrong book that is not going to be aligning to corporate. And the problem about that, you end up committing to banner that I'm here next year. So I thought, let me write because I need to stay true to the agenda. I really would like us to give, firstly, a huge round of applause to everything that we've seen here today, done by everyone that is recognized. I think it's remarkable. And I always say to my 7, 8 to 5 colleagues' job that I do, we are all winners. There can be one person, 2 people, whatever number that is recognized on the day, but we are all winners. There were nominees that did not come up on stage. In our hearts and minds, you are winners, and well done. Keep up the good work that you do out there. As Standard Bank, by supporting the award, we aim to create meaningful engagement with our communities that we serve out there and demonstrate commitment of support to these communities. Ladies and gentlemen, we exist for 163 years as Standard Bank, and I think where I'm seated and for the role that I have to play in the Eastern Cape as an executive, I owe it back to the communities that we can support people that are doing everything that we've actually seen here today. I think this is also emphasized to our commitment as the bank that says Africa is our home and we drive her growth. That is why we're excited as the Standard Bank youth, for the youth award category, which is themed Make Your Mark. We had to change this. I do not know why the team got creative. We used to have Ignite Your Hustle, and then they said this year it's gonna be Make Your Mark. And I think everyone here that has come up, whether you are youth or not, you are really making your mark. The Youth Award category seeks to encourage young people to grow their hustle, progress life, become economically active in their communities, and take ownership of their tomorrow, leaving a legacy of generations to come. I do believe that the awards and today's recognition shines a light on everyone who's making the world a better place to live in. As Standard Bank, we applaud these individuals who help people in need and make an extraordinary contribution to societies. Where I am seated, and I know someone from the Herald cited that we see you. Where I am, we are looking at you and we see you and we appreciate you. And I do want to say congratulations to everyone that has come up here and to the category winner of Standard Bank. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give him another huge round of applause. Thank you so much for sharing those words with us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at our youth category winner's story.
Hi there everybody, my name is Ariana Bailey. I'm the director of Toynbee Dance Academy and I'm the principal of that dance school. I am from Galvindale. I went to Alexander Road High School and I pursued a professional career in classical ballet. My mentor was Miss Gwen Mary Wells. She shaped my ballet career from age 3. We are currently at St. Thomas High School and we provide our ballet training there. We also offer different dance styles such as jazz and street dance, but we are currently in the schools as well in the northern areas. We are at Astra Primary and we were at Fernwood Primary, and now we're currently penetrating Parkside Primary. I really appreciated community's sense of pride whenever there is an event or something that's prideful for them. They really do stand together and they come forth in their numbers. What is also fantastic about our community is that they are extremely talented and creative people. Seeing the girls develop from when they start with me to when they, God willing, leave and start their own career, the development in the learners, I really see a big change from when they are disciplined, they become refined and polished young ladies, and once they have been touched here by Toynbee, they lead into the world really refined and polished ladies. I feel very honored for this award. I am grateful that this work has been recognized and that it shines a light on the Toynbee Dance Academy, because they do deserve a bigger stage and we really do need to be put on the map. So I'm very grateful for the fact that this has brought some shining light to my dance school.
Congratulations to Ariana Bailey. Please join us on stage now to receive your award. I have to say, to me, to watch that video now is so inspiring. To see young children, young women, young gentlemen as well, doing something which teaches them resilience, courage, and discipline is something that will stay with them for the rest of their lives. So please give all of our winners a huge round of applause. Thank you to all of these remarkable people. Guiding others, fostering a positive mindset in their communities. Their influence encourages us all to strive for excellence and to lift up one another. We have it, ladies and gentlemen, our top winners for 2025. Let's give them a standing ovation. Well done to all of you. We see you and we acknowledge you. Halala manana manana kaz. Halala. Halala manana manana kaz. Halala. Sure. Bekumandi kut. Wow. Such inspiring stories, such absolute icons of resilience, of upliftment, of social change. Thank you to each and every one of them. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the formalities for this evening's celebration. I can tell you this, to be here this evening has been such a pleasure and a privilege. So I'll tell the story. Bernard knows I cut my trip short to Rwanda and Uganda, because I thought, let me come here and be part of this. To be asked to be part of this is really something that I appreciate. I think we live in a society where we celebrate people for the wrong reasons. If only people would pay more attention to how their souls look as opposed to how their outer appearance looks. We live in a world where society judges people on how they look, but do we take note of what we look like on the inside? And so that, I think, is something that I actually try to tell people, you know what? Go out there, live your life, do something positive. Don't sit on a phone scrolling for hours looking at something that doesn't enrich and empower you and others. Go out there and make a difference. I often tell people, to be totally honest, if you're gonna go out there and do good, I want you to unfollow me and follow your heart. Because that's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Society needs a bit of a wake-up call, and our winners this evening are the wake-up call we all needed. So let's give them all another huge collective round of applause. A shining example to each and every one of us. But I want to take this moment now to extend a heartfelt thank you to the partners who made it possible tonight. So please listen carefully. Nelson Mandela University, Standard Bank, SPAR, Continental Tire SA, Vodacom, Capsicum Culinary Studio, Leon Hichu, and Three Peaks Wine. Let's give them a huge round of applause. I also want to say a big thank you to the Sun Boardwalk. Thank you for the stunning venue, for giving us the space to bring the celebration to life. Let's give them a huge round of applause. And then a very, very sincere thank you to our dedicated panel of judges for their invaluable input and their time. Let's give all of our judges a huge, huge round of applause. To everyone watching from home, I know we've also been making sure that people could be following along, so thank you for being part of this journey. Your continued support helps amplify the impact of these everyday heroes. We hope tonight has inspired you all to get involved, to give back, and to play your part in building a better community. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings me to the part where I'm about to introduce what we're about to experience here. But before I do that, because I know once I introduce, we're not going to listen as carefully. So, all 8 our category winners, listen to this, after the performance which we'll witness, don't go away. Please remember to meet Taryn Femba at the photo backdrop at the back of the venue. I take it it's there, right? Dankie, Leon. Please do remember, we want a group photograph of all of our winners. So please don't go away. This is right after the performance, which I'm about to introduce. There could be no better way to finish off such a meaningful evening than to invite back on stage a sister, an absolute icon of our artistic community, and in particular of the community here, a sister of our soil, the incomparable Zolani Mahola. She's going to come back on stage and end off the evening on a high note. I know there'll be dancing, I know we'll be celebrating, but I want to say to each and every one of you, please note that after the memories of tonight fade, that the needs in the communities remain, and that we feel galvanized in this moment. But please, may that stay in your hearts, may that intent stay in your hearts. And when we go out, may we continue to do the work that we need to do so that Mzansi Afrika can be the place we fought for our children and for future generations to live in. South Africa belongs to all who live in it, and we are part of that community. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say this. Zolani is coming back on stage. Sioli Waters, who is phenomenal. We shared a taxi today from the airport to here, and I must say this. Can I come as your backup dancer for next year's event, huh? Because this is just pure power. So from my side, Bekumandi and Koska Kulu, I'm going to sit there and receive the blessings which they're about to give us. Good night and God bless. And thank you very, very much.
I'm going to steal this one. But before we start with the song, I want to say, Joanne Strauss, well done. You've been such a beautiful anchor this evening. Everybody, a round of applause. Beautiful. So genuine, so real, so with us. Nkosi sisi.
Khona siswami. Ege. Sikhona. Ege.
You'll just change the levels as you do. The song was written many years ago. I was only 19 when I wrote it, and it is so many years on. And though it was written for a boy, now I like to sing this to us and to say, I'd like to call you, South Africa, in 20 years' time, and see that the fruits of today that you have laid have borne fruit, and that our communities are rich and thriving and beyond safe. I'd like to call you. What would you do if I kissed you? What would you do if I held your hand and laid you down? Would you find me overly familiar towards you? Would you call me insensitive and say that I deserve to die? What do I do with all these feelings tearing me up inside? What do I do with all these wasted hours dreaming of you at night? You know why? It's 'cause I'd like to call you sometime. What would you do if you knew the truth? What would you do if I told you the story of my life? Would you find me overly familiar towards you? Would you call me crude and fling me aside to the birds? What do I do with all these feelings holding me back inside? What do I do with all these wasted hours dreaming of you at night? 'Cause I'd like to call you sometime. I'd like you to need me one time. I'd like to call you sometime. If you know the words. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Ooh, whoa, whoa, What would you do if I kissed you? What would you do if I held your hand and laid you down? Would you recognize it's a need I have been fighting for so long? Would you recognize it's a hunger only you can fill? What do I do with all these feelings warming me up inside? What do I do with all these precious hours dreaming of you at night? You know why? It's 'cause I'd like to call you sometime. I'd like you to need me one time. I'd like to have you all the time. Oh, I would like to call you. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Come on, everybody, give it your all. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Play just 3 more songs with you. The song is called Medicina. Look up, look down, and look all around you. Medicina. Look down, look all around you. Medicina. Doesn't really matter what the story will reveal. Medicine come in every form that you need. All that really matters is what you make it mean. Open, open, open up your heart. Medicina. medicina. Whether it's day or whether it's night, or whether you see or if you've been blind, or whether you're strong or whether you're down, whether you're sick, whether you're proud, whether you weep or if you rejoice, whether you hide or lift up your voice, whether you stumble, whether you climb, every low and every high, medicine, look up. Look down and look all around you, medicina. Look down and look all around you, medicine. It doesn't really matter what the story will reveal. Medicine that come in every form that you need. All that really matters is what you make it mean. Open, open, open up your heart, medicina. Medicina. Now, whether you never, whether you won't, whether you do or whether you don't, whether afraid or on the attack, oh, are you grieving, wanting them back? Whether enlightened, whether you're sure, on your knees or begging for more, whether you stumble, whether you climb, every low and every high, medicina, look up, look down and look all around you, medicina. Look down and look all around you, medicine. It doesn't really matter what the story will reveal. Medicine that come in every form that you need. All that really matters is what you make it mean. Open, open, open up your heart, medicina. Medicina. Whether a queen on your back, whether you steal wherever you lack, whether a child or whether you're grown, are you in choir or all on your own? Whether a saint, whether a rogue, whether you've thrown the very first stone, whether you're wicked or you're an angel, whether you can't or if you are able, whether you fall and whether they love you, whether you're lonely or they surround you, whether they took or whether you gave, whether or not you feel you're a slave, whether you stumble, whether you climb, every low and every high, medicina. All around you, medicina. Look up or look down, all around you, medicina. Look down, all around you, medicina. It doesn't really matter what the story will reveal. Medicine come in every form that you need. All that really matters is what you make it mean. Open, open, open up your heart, medicine. It doesn't really matter what the story will reveal. Medicine come in every form that you need. All that really matters is what you make it mean. Open, open, open up your heart, medicina. We have 2 more songs for you. Did you hear the news on the radio? The people have agreed to give their love away. I can't wait to be there in line. Oh no, the politicians have agreed to honor and obey. They'll come down and listen to what the people say. I can't wait to be there in line. Oh no. Children will play in the streets, loving everyone they meet. The open hearts will be the rhythm of the day. Neighbors will greet each other, all their sisters and the brothers. Even enemies will come to be friends. I can't wait to be there in line. Oh no, no, no sir. Whenever you are ready, feel free to come around. If you are ready, venga amigo, irrelevante la. If you are ready, oh, 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 yeah, da-da, yo, da-da, da, hey, bo, da-da, da-da, da, so now, da-da, hey, bo, da-da, hey, what's that now, da-da, da-da, now say you want to live in love and kindness every day. Say you know the meaning of love. See every person that you meet as every you and every me. And then I'll know you feel the rhythm of love, 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 love. I can't wait to be there in love. I don't know. It's so nice. Can you sing it twice? I can't wait to be there. Oh, I can't wait to be there in love. I don't know. No, no. One more time with the chorus. We go. Do be do be do be do body. Ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum. Do be do be do be do body. Ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum bum bum. If you hear what I mean, come on. If you hear what I mean, clap and stomp your feet. If you hear what I mean, clap and stomp your feet. If you hear what I mean, clap and stomp your feet. If you hear what I mean, clap. Can you sing it for us? If you hear what I mean, clap and stomp your feet. If you hear what I mean, clap. stomp your feet if you hear what I mean. Clap her hands, stomp your feet if you hear what I mean. Clap her hands, whoa, do be do be do be do. Ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum. Do be do be do be do ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum. Thank you so much. Good to be together. Very good to be together. More of that, please. NMU Productions, everybody joining us on this last song. The young people of Quebec. You're a good soldier, choosing your battles. Pick yourself up, dust yourself off, get back in the saddle. You're right on the front line, and everyone's watching. We're getting closer, it's getting serious, this isn't over. The pressure's on, you feel it, but you've got it all. Believe it, when you forget up, oh, oh, if you forget up, eh, eh. Samina, mina, zangalewa. This time for Africa, Samina Mina, eh eh, waka waka, eh eh, Samina Mina Sangalewa, Anawa ah ah, Samina Mina, eh eh, waka waka, eh eh, Samina Mina Sangalewa. This time for Africa. Listen to your God, this is our motto. Your time to shine, don't wait in line, y vamos por todo. People are raising their expectations. Go on and feed them, this is your moment, no hesitation. Today's your day, you feel it, but you pave the way. Believe it, when you forget up, oh, oh, if you forget up, eh, eh. Samina, mina, sangalewa. This time for Africa. Samina, mina, eh, eh, waka, waka, eh, eh. Samina, mina, sangalewa. Anawa, ah, ah. Samina, mina, eh, eh, waka, waka, eh, eh. Samina, mina, sangalewa. This time for Africa. Abuyela machoni, biggie, biggie, mama, 1 A to Z. Bati, Sisala machoni, biggie, biggie, mama, from east to west. Bati, waka, waka, ma, eh, eh. Waka, waka, ma, eh, eh. Shaggy sees where my zibuye, 'cause this is Africa. Samina, mina, eh, eh. Samina, mina, Samina, mina. Hey, 1, 2, 3, go! Samina, mina, eh, eh, waka, waka, eh, eh. Well, Samina, mina, yeah, anawa, ah, ah. Samina, mina, eh, eh, waka, waka, eh, eh. Samina, mina, sangalewa. This time for jungle, oh, eh, eh, jungle, oh, eh, eh. Samina, mina, sangalewa. Anawa, ah, ah, jungle, eh, eh, jungle, eh, eh. Samina, mina, sangalewa. This time for Africa. Samina, mina, eh, eh. Waka, waka, eh, eh. Samina, mina, sangalewa. Anawa, ah, ah. Samina, mina, eh, eh. Waka, waka, eh, eh. Samina, mina, sangalewa. Can we all sing it together? Yes, Zamina mina, waka waka, Zamina mina, Zangalewa, Anawa, Zamina mina, waka waka, Zamina mina. Yeah, everybody, one last time, we go. Zamina mina, waka waka, Zamina mina, Zangalewa, Anawa, Zamina mina, waka waka, Zamina mina, Zangalewa. This time for Africa, yay! This time for Africa. NMU Productions, everybody. And Sioli Sile Waters on the keyboard.